Mike the Ref Melody, Big Bad Boris on the call here tonight.
Let's go! Let's go! Third! The Super Kick Party!
Yeah, pay the money for that. No. And of course, you gotta get the Hoppins. Do any of you have a cigarette? I literally feel, by the way, hello everybody, welcome to the Mike the Ref Twitch stream once again here, Wednesday night, AEW Fyter Fest. We got a 4-hour PLE coming up. And I can say PLE when it comes to AEW because you don't have to pay for this tonight. Sorry, just getting my background light on so I can pop a little bit more here. But my God, what an amazing day today. I hope everybody's doing great. And if you're wondering why everything's so great for me right now, like if you got a chance here, and there we go. I'm just going to pull my phone up here so I can make sure I give everything a little bit of love. I was going to stream an extra stream today for the State of Play, but I got a 4-hour show to go through tonight, and that's a PLE. That's basically a PLE for us. So I didn't want it. I totally regret it at this point. By the way, Nats fan, Jade Simpson Jade, thank you for being here. But yeah, going through the State of Play today, like everything that's going on, felt underwhelmed. My God, you should see the response right now for Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. Like, for people have been waiting for a new Marvel game, new Marvel fighting game for almost 13 years. Well, yeah, let me go through my list personally here. We got a new Bloodstain, which we played the original. It's one of the very few games early that I just gave up on because I found it too tough for me for something that I thought I could accomplish. For our fellow Backbreaker Gaming member who just returned to gaming, Rick Jules, we had Final Fantasy Tactics Invalid Chapters coming out September 30th. That Hirogami game looks pretty cool for me. A new Hot Shots coming out September 5th, so a little bit of whacking of balls here coming up. More DLC for Astrobot, which can never be a bad thing, except for the fact it's going to probably be super tough. Ugh. Twisted Metal 3 and 4 coming out middle of next month to coincide with the release of the new season of Twisted Metal. I consider that a win. Anytime I can get Samoa Joe on my screen, it's a good thing. That new James Bond First Light. I'm a Bondaholic. During these like the long-term Bond games, like the long play Bond games, I am really into the story modes for all of them. They seem really cool as you go. But then you got the 2 fighting game releases, and I don't think it's understated how important that Mortal Kombat collection is, 1 through 4. The fact that they're putting all those on a disc, they're all online, and that's the beginning of that collection there from Digital Eclipse, the ones that are responsible for all these great classic games. Like, it's going to be a lot of fun to play. Buckle up, it's going to be a fun, yeah. Like, add on Tokon Fighting Souls, and I don't know if there's been a better State of Play that I have seen personally. Hell, in like 5 years of actually doing this? Like 5 years of being a streamer and actually paying attention to it a little bit more. I think this is the most I've seen that's just... like we're going from that insanity to 4 hours of insanity tonight. And it's not like we don't have anything to talk about when it comes to AEW, when it comes to wrestling in general. To have the debut of Mariah May last night, which, for the record, I am happy that she debuted. I really hope things go well for her. It's going to be interesting to see how things turn out. I don't know what else to say about it than that. We got the Switch launching in just over 4 hours' time. Friday is Summer Game Fest. Thursday is the Xbox Showcase. For video game fans, for wrestling fans, video game fans, all this, was doing some thinking, what if Killer Cross debuts with the Hounds of Hell? I don't know. I really don't. Buddy Matthews also has to be, Buddy Matthews has to be in shape to get back. And I don't know what we're going to get out of that, right? So, by the way, for the record, you Canadian fans, they did put Collision and Dynamite on the same channel so you don't have to switch just like the States. So we're okay there. So thankful AEW gets to do this once in a while. As much as I'm facetious about the multiple hours tonight. But yeah, no matter what's going on, no matter everything that's happening, just thank you for being here. Like, this is an insanely crazy ride. I haven't even been able to talk about what we're doing on stream. Like, we got this tonight. Tomorrow we're going to be playing some Split Fiction with Kayla J, probably in the morning. And then I got to get a video done up of Elena. She just got released for Street Fighter 6. Now coming to the ring from Australia, Mariah No, Nats. It's Judy June. Or Audrey August. Sylvia September. Ophelia October. Some of that stuff you just, yep, okay. I do love how this looks. I did see the cameras were a little bit knocky to start, but they're actually running a concert hall tonight, which isn't the worst thing in the world. These guys are actually lining up and doing it well. And I'm going to be honest, like, everybody's talking about, do you want to, like, there's some people that are asking, do you really want to get bigger? Do you want to get some bigger venues? I think you wait still, especially in the summertime, because naturally you're going to have a drop-off in attendance in the summer because, well, people like to be outside. Hey, KJ, how you doing? So while they're showing this, guys, I do have to admit something that's a little bit embarrassing. I had the cops show up at my door today because I was hooping and hollering so much about these two games, the two fighting games during the presentation. I actually did have the cops knocking on my door to see if I was okay. So, to be honest, he was there for dealing with something else, but they just heard what I was doing and just wanted to check. Swerve! I'm assuming Swerve will come out to make a response based on what happened here. Don't swerve when you drive, folks. I love Ospreay's thinking, like, he's thinking everything that we are. He's literally just saying, look, get the title. Get the title, then you can kill each other for it. Who cares? Wow. Let's just hold nothing back here right now. Will is talking truth in many ways. Not our truth. Let's get that straight. Which was our truth. Well, Ron the Truth Killings. I don't know if he's officially available yet, but so now are we going to get... Sorry, I'm just seeing if we got some big news here. Oh, so Renee and Harley won't be here tonight. Want Ron to come out to AEW to say, Tony, what's up, Nick? That meme's already out there, Nats. That meme is all over the place. Where Truth comes out and talks about, hey, Dean, how's it going? Wait. That's new music, folks. Folks. Oh. Well, looks like we're ruining this one-on-one match that we're planning. Tommy Schiavone, really? It's just gonna be a fight? No. They're gonna make a tag even though Swerve doesn't want it. I love this crowd. I love this crowd so much. At least Leo knows how to talk. We need Bobby out here to sort of straighten him out a little bit. Mike, riddle me this. First time match Forbidden Door. Tanahashi versus Danielson. Who says no? More than likely both of them. Is that what you want for Tanahashi's final match in Europe? I think, well, fair enough. I honestly think Tanahashi's going to want to put somebody young. That's the tradition he is. That's the traditionalist he is. Like his last match in the U.S. was against Takeshita, right? Somebody he could put over in a hell of a match. Maybe Ospreay, but that would be an outlier for me. Yeah, maybe a Fletcher or something like that. Just somebody who needs to get from like level 2 to level 1 kind of thing. It's fair he's sold out. We got enough time, but might as well. Level 2 to level 1. There you go. Harley and Renee won't be here tonight, as well as RJ City. Maybe a guy like Nick Wayne, yeah, that too, possibly. I don't know if, like, Nick Wayne was in the Best of Super Juniors, and the stigma of being in the Super Juniors in Japan, essentially, unless they're looking to bring Nick Wayne in to a higher level, unless they're really trying to push him up higher and like get Nick Wayne into the main sector of wrestlers up there, I don't know if you do Nick Wayne there. Now it's a great idea. It's the same concept. But no, KJ, RJ City, Harley Cameron, and Renee are attending a wedding in Italy. Apparently Saraya was there as well, so. Lucky them, yeah. Well, the fact you get to go to Italy for a wedding, I'll take that as a win. So this is the promo that he did on Saturday, just to get this match going, just because they want to. It's a one-on-one. It's a non-title, and they're opening the show with it. So once again, John Moxley, if you're not last, you're first. Do they give the IC Championship match that? Yeah, I didn't give it half an hour. I don't think they give it an hour. Because there are going to be a couple more matches that are going to be announced tonight. Maybe John's got to get on that flight to Italy, so if he starts now, he can bugger off real quick after they're done. They're already high up in the air, right? They're in Denver. Guys putting up cheap podcast signs up in the crowd. You know, I can't stand it. By the way, if anybody ever does that, I will make sure you're taken care of. Sorry, we got a little drama here. One of my friends here, but just gotta say, you know what? Marina's in a perfect role for herself right now. And I think I agree with you with the fact that, you know, she doesn't have to do a lot of talking through the whole thing. She's basically the equivalent, and I talked about this with Takeshita when he was first coming out. He was that guy. Takeshita was always that cool, like the cool guy from the martial arts movies. You know, that one guy that just stands there and you finally realize he's going to do something really, really cool. And in many ways, that is what Shafir is. When she makes an appearance, she hits something, she hits it hard and often and repeatedly. And there's not much ending to it there. Yeah, and Mike, not sure if you see it on socials, but how about that Dante guy on Twitter just learning about New Japan? I don't know exactly which guy you're talking about, to be honest, but I find it, I think people need to walk very carefully lately when it comes to, you know, if you're going to make an opinion about somebody without knowing all the facts, it's going to be hard. And I'm talking more specifically about Mariah May. Like, there's a lot of that flip-flop discourse that you're going to get anytime anybody switches promotions, right? Because no matter how much, like even Tony Khan came out this week and literally said, stop gatekeeping, just welcome anybody in who wants to watch wrestling anywhere. And I'm with him completely on that. I completely think it's a... If you're going to sit here and just crap on a product, no, then I don't even care if you want to watch or not. But if you're there and you just want to watch, you may not like the product. And let's face it, not everything is for everybody. Don't spend your whole day just, pardon my French, shitting all over a product. Just don't like it, move on. If you don't like it, it isn't like there's a shortage of wrestling out there to watch throughout the world, but hell, even in North America. You got AEW, you got WWE, you got TNA, you got MLW, you got a load of independents. GCW, for example. And that's just North America. I'm not even talking about the world yet. He's a YouTuber. He's always been a WWE guy. Bought New Japan World, taking suggestions from Twitter. He's watching New Japan for 2010s, marking out to hey, you know what? That's great. And I know for a while there, we had a couple shows here on the YouTube channel, all focused on Stardom and NJPW. Once again, a big thank you to Andre CMLL for all their hard work for doing that. Fortunately, the show's been put into remission for right now, but exactly, don't like it, don't talk about it, focus on the stuff you like. That's what should matter. If there's something that desperately needs change, yeah, that makes your voice louder when you don't talk about the little stuff. And it's basically what I've always said about... By the way, Nick, you are great for this world. Let's not even kid ourselves. If you guys... Let me throw this out here right now while we got a second. I got to be careful now because they got all these new commands here. But if you guys want a great watch along here, check out Nick. I just do AEW. He does a hell of a lot more. TNA, WWE, NXT. Whenever he can get on, he's on here talking about wrestling. I'm all over the place. I'll be the first to admit it. I enjoy my AEW. I'll watch WWE, but I do usually have something else on in the background. Just because, well, let's put it this way. Everything's like Saturday Night's Main Event, where it's more commercials than show. I'd rather be, playing some games instead while we're doing that, so. But, no, like I said, if you don't like something, unless there's something egregious that needs to be fixed, and when I mean fixed is there's something fundamentally stupid about what you do. Like, well, let's face it, Ron Killing's getting fired is tremendously stupid. Because it's not like he was making multi-million dollars. He was making the company multi-million dollars. Just they're trying to... Here's the spin that they're trying to work on. And I bet you it gets eventually spin this way. As Moxley pulls Samoa Joe. And lets Briscoe beat himself up. I bet you anything. If anything happens here, they're going to do... Oh, we had to get rid of R-Truth to bring in Mariah May. Brought this up, Nick and Ish chat. WWE is pulling a 2024 AEW, not letting this stuff... But Tony Cobb, please give us Swerve versus Ospreay. We very well could, Jay Quick. We got the crew here. I got a feeling we're going to end up with a tag match next week instead. Ospreay's going to come out and face one member of the crew tonight. It's going to end up with a schmoz. Swerve's going to come out. They're going to do the Untrusting Alliance tag match next week. Get your damn camera out of your face. God damn it, kid. Hello, where is Mina? And I'm not surprised Toni didn't push on Mina AEW because Mina will be tagging up with Toni Storm later in the show. They're taking on the team of Skye Blue and Julia Hart later tonight, Logan. By the way, good to see you. And I was talking about this earlier, and I do honestly feel it. I really do feel that Mariah May made the right choice. And why I say it's the right choice, her generation and generations before it, wrestling, when it came to wrestling, their goals, and by the way, I'll get to the other comments here in just a second. I feel that we're going to get, we're going to miss the context here of when you watch wrestlers do their stuff, when they're growing up, the ultimate goal for a wrestler, when they're getting into wrestling these days, is not to get to AEW. It's get to WWE. When they were kids, AEW did not exist. And there are some people that just absolutely will not change their goals. Their goal was to go to WWE or bust. I know there's a wrestler locally here who was WWE or bust and might have had an opportunity at AEW, but they thought they needed to go to AEW or go to WWE or nothing. And it ended up being nothing. So it's going to take time to change that mentality for a lot of people. Some people just want to get to the best promotion at the time. And it's greatly appreciated with a lot of them. Like you look at Will Ospreay, you look at Okada when he came over. It wouldn't surprise me if Mariah May was offered a whole lot less money than what AEW did in terms of a contract, because Mariah wanted to be there. As much as money, there's a certain level where money just doesn't matter, where it's all about what you want to do. So as far as I'm concerned, just let her be happy. I said it last night on Taking Over on our local establishment when I was popped in there. I do wonder what it's going to be like to have to essentially have Mariah May in a feud that doesn't involve Toni Storm in North America. Because being a talent in North America versus being one in Japan, it's a whole different ball of wax in terms of interaction and how you have to put things together. And I feel that in many ways that really Mariah May hasn't had a chance to explore that a whole lot. She had like a little mini 2-match feud with a little mini 2-match feud with her Anna Jay story and some other stuff, but is there only a felt under? No, it's not. And it was meant to be a little bit. She trained with Charlotte before, yeah. Like Nats, you're gonna see her at NXT for a little bit. They're gonna see what happens to her. I think Jade Cargill sort of ruined it for everybody when it came to directly coming up to the main roster. But KJ, your comment there just comes up to the IWC comment about what WWE fans were saying about Mariah May. The nickname Timu Tiffy was used quite a bit, so. Technically, they held Jade to the rope. Yeah, but still. She's been on main roster. She hasn't worked at NXT. She hasn't tried to grow from there, so. Let me back up here a little bit. I gotta catch up on the chat here. Got into AEW because of Ospreay and Omega Forbidden Door 2023. That's fair. I think Ospreay will get a good shot here coming up. I don't think Ospreay wins the title till next year's All In, to be honest. Do you get a chance to listen to Toxic Spite? Here's the thing, Nats, if you didn't know, and Ruckus could have made the song up, I'm not sure, but I want to give a shout out to the Queen of the Ring, Alex, a very popular YouTuber as well. Brought out this very important fact about Thekla. She is in her own punk band. She is a guitarist, and she knows good music. She's a very well-known artist. She's got artwork put up in New York and Japan and London. She has galleries been putting up her art. So she's a very well-rounded person all the way around. So absolutely, she won the AEW Championship. Go get, yeah. Just living out your dreams here. I just stay away from those, just what I want, but I'm also an inconsistent. That's fair. Mina one day to join WWE. Maybe. And if she does, great for her. If not, very well could be Mina coming, or Mariah coming back to AEW. It could go all over the place. Like Logan, I don't know whether you try to push something on us here, but if she does, great. Oh well. I'm glad that Yuta's getting his welcome back chance again. Julia can renew her. Yeah, eventually we can all do that. Like, right now, she's probably going to get the JC Jade. She might get a rub with the title for a little bit. Oh, Cage. I'll back up and come forward here because I got to go all over the place. There is a running joke in the chat. Zodiac has talked about it many times. It is not Bailey here. It's Bailey W. Thank you, Zodiac. Pops it right out on time. Let's get the bullhorn up for him right there. Just perfectly on time for that. It's just a thing about you, Chris. You just show up exactly when you need to. And it just impeccable timing. Later this year, they're making WrestleFest as a cabin. Hey, if I had room for it, I probably would. Legit getting vibes of when this feud with Becky's over, it might be done. I seriously do think that I think Bailey and Becky are the main event of Revolution 2. Or Evolution 2, sorry. Pretty sure that's what's going to happen there. We could pre-book a card, but I'll be honest, there's so much talent missing. Got to be Hell in the Cell. They haven't developed it enough to get it to Hell in the Cell yet. They got time. Don't get me wrong. But here's the problem. And I was getting to this comment that, as always in this chat, which is a great talent to have on my end, as Briscoe passed out again. WWE is petty enough to put the Evolution show up against a Beyonce concert just down the road and the MLB All-Star Weekend. You tell me if there's going to be a place for anybody to stay, let alone come to the show. Like, it's just a cluster right now with what WWE's doing with that stuff. That whole weekend's just one big... Yeah, ATL. That's where they're doing Evolution. It is a great market, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, like, with a Beyonce concert versus, you know, yeah, that's all on that day, not the weekend, that day. The home run derby, I believe it's the celebrity game that goes on Sundays. The hitting derby goes on Monday. The game actually goes on Tuesdays. So, because we always know Wednesday is the deadest moment in the sports calendar every year. This upcoming Wednesday, which means AEW is going to have everything available to themselves, and that is the week of All In. Or that's the week after All In. Sorry, that'll be their first night of residency over at Chicago. Selfishly, need Bayley versus basically everyone at AEW? Absolutely. I think it'd be fun. Mystico's coming back. Now, I keep getting my names wrong on who is doing this. Mystico is the guy who came in last year. Was supposed to be part of a tag team match where his team ate the pin. But he pulled the Hulk Hogan card of "that won't do for me, brother." So they ended up turning it into a triple threat where he isn't involved in the pin whatsoever. Drilistico is not Sin Cara. Mystico is. The one who's going to be debuting or returning next week on Summer Blockbuster. And how many residencies are they doing this year? They're doing 2. They're doing Chicago after All In, and after Forbidden Door, they're going to Philadelphia. Well, there is 2 ladies matches tonight, KJ. Don't forget that. And this is one of those, basically you got 4 hours, so I think we're probably going to get a third ladies match somewhere fit in here. That's why I was saying the Willow Nightingale might be out here with Megan Bain possibly. That was my prediction offline that I was talking about. With all due respect, Nat's like I'm not an expert in Mexican wrestling. Far be it. Not even close. Don't even get me wrong here. But straight up, straight out, straightforward. Everybody says CMLL is number 1, AAA is a clear number 2. And the Oilers are already up 1-0. Oh, wow, this is going to be fun. I hope that someday they do residency in Canada, someday in Montreal. Fair enough, Zodiac. I will give you that. It's not used to the Oilers starting early, so maybe things will go backwards compared to everything they've done so far. So go figure. But Nick, to be perfectly honest with you, and the Jays are still losing, so water's still wet. I don't even have the damn my favorite one about my one goddamn hit comment from Major League. As we're going through this, like, oh, sorry, and Nick, go back to your question about residency. It's going to be, I'm not going to say impossible, but I think it's going to be very unlikely that you would get a residency in Canada for AEW. Mainly because of cost. You got to remember for everything that they do for production here in terms of bringing people over and whatnot, it's usually 30 to 40% more. That's why you usually only see one tour of Canada and that's it per year. Just the traveling expenses, not necessarily currency conversion or anything like that, but yeah, it's hard for American companies to do that. TNA is a little different for the fact that basically it's a 4-day weekend. They'll run a they'll run their premium events on a Friday, tape Saturday, Sunday, maybe Monday, and then they're good for a month. So doing a residency there is a little different compared to doing a residency for, say, an AEW, where they would get the same venue and everything. Because the other thing about a residency is the fact that you can fly home every time, right? Like, the logistics stay where it is, but the talent there. And, well, if some Americans haven't heard, there's a little bit of trouble with trying to get over the border sometimes on both ways. Which I really don't want to get into politics. I don't think anybody wants to get into politics here either. So I'll just leave it at that. Did I see Swerve's post on socials? Which one? It's... I'll take a quick look right now as I... Oh, looks like Boba Fett scored. Just sent it to me? Okay, I'll take a quick look here. Since you want to take bullets. Oh, you put up a picture of Kill Shot. That is awesome. If you guys haven't got a chance to see it, Swerve just put up a meme of him as Kill Shot and talking about Ospreay wanted to send bullets. One thing I appreciate about AEW a lot more than any other promotion in the world, and I'm not talking about... I just saw that steak. And I am pricking hungry now. I ate half a pizza. I thought that'd be enough. That is like, you know, that looks like Canadian beef that big there. And of course I say that as Mina Shirikawa come out and he's like,
time out.
I'll just maybe throw that there. But yeah, no, I'm not talking about Maria. Mercedes, oh my God, what's going on? She's decided that, you know, it's great to be at a table, but she wants to be at a table for one. But as we have both these ladies in the ring, I just want to wish a happy Pride Month to everybody here. If you're... I don't have many rules about, you know, live your life your own way. If you don't like people... When it comes to people on the LGBTQ2+ in that scenario, whatever, live your life. If you're going to be active against them, go fuck yourself and go find somewhere else. I'm not moving off that one little bit. Everybody's allowed to live their life, but when it starts to affect somebody else, that's when you start getting into... Just throwing that out there straight up. How good is it to see Skye and Julia together again, by the way? What AEW does best, they force their wrestlers to get on socials a lot more. Like, they promote themselves that much more with a whole bunch of little stuff. People shouldn't care what other people are doing with their own lives. Yeah, exactly. No, like, I think I've banned maybe 3 people in this channel since I started over here on Twitch 5 years ago. Which, by the way, I will have an announcement about a 5-year thing once I figure it out. But we... 2 of those 3 are because of comments against LGBTQ. The other one was just a straight WWE troll that came in here, so. Wonder where Logan is. Mina's on our screen. Sorry, I was getting a little feisty earlier here just because, you know, a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on. But so a lot of people don't know or just forget Mina and Toni actually worked together. I do believe they were part of a faction together over in Stardom, whether it was a full-time or just off and on. But those two are very familiar with each other. And the fact that Julie and Skye know each other, was that before Toni? Oh yeah, way before. Like Toni started in Stardom, moved over to WWE, then came over to AEW. And yes, there were a few matches for Toni back in... Well, Toni Storm was a part of the British wrestling scene for a while there, but then moved over to Stardom before she moved. Basically, you got to move yourself up, right? I'm trying to remember Julia Hart's music. I think it is original. Any chance we see Elena Black soon? I think it's at least a month. I think it's a month, 2 months. She's downright said that right now. Okay. I'll take that as offense. Could have swore I heard Brody King's band do that. I don't know if they have a female singer that can do that. So it's why we got the good old Google machine here. Julia Hart's theme song. Harder Heart, song by Colin Young, Emma Boster, and 2 minutes to late night, 2022. They got, if you Google it, actually the lyrics and everything are there, so. Check out the artist here. Would laugh my ass off. I don't know if I think Truth's contract may be up at the end of July, not the end of June, not the beginning of June. That's the only problem here. No, it looks like the most of the songs that this band's done are the Ass Boys song and Jake Something's theme song. That's all that comes up here right now for that band, so. Could you imagine if he showed up and I thought this was NXT, my bad. Or something crazy like that. No, I think you get Ron the Truth Killings if he comes back. And that was a whole different character. Parker, good to see you here tonight. Hope you're doing well. How's life? How's times? How's things going on right now? Zodiac TNA, I'm back. Oh, do a great bit of absolutely. Always welcome. You're always busy. Triple H, you got hair and lost your muscles. Well, it's funny. The meme right now that's up there is R-Truth showing up at AEW. And he's calling John Moxley Dean. And, of course, Tony Khan, Nick Khan. That one's older and dirt in terms of a joke. But, yeah, just... No, if I didn't mention it earlier, Elena Black actually, one of her last interviews, did mention she doesn't say that she won't go to TNA, but she does want a little bit of a break from there because, well, frankly, she was just on there last month, and it just doesn't feel right to go there right after she left. right after she left WWE and not on her own accord. Still shocked the fact that it actually happened, but because what are you gonna say that they dumped Elena's probably going to Japan? She's got a lot of American dates booked. I will say that right now, including a stop here in Edmonton in the end of June with Top Talent Pro Wrestling. It just got announced that local competitor Riley Rose is going to be the one to take on Elena at the show, which unfortunately might be because of default. Once again, in Alberta, one of the things that sucks is the women's wrestling talent in Alberta just seem to have dried up once again. There's a few, but they're so spread out between the promotions that it's hard to establish anything more permanent. Was that a goal I see again? Oh yeah, Florida's got 2 more goals. Zodiac, everything's back to normal. Don't worry. We're just about to get to the hour mark by the end of this match. And that's the thing about tonight. Meow. Yeah, it hurts our truth. I don't know if they're going to understand, like the higher-ups understand how much of a loss that really is. Toni slipped and they screwed up that count. My God. Oh, Jesus. They're doing another... Yes, Summer Spectacular is next Wednesday. So, buckle up. Get ready for 4 hours of wrestling coming up next Wednesday here. We got 4 hours tonight. So, just a quick little programming note because they're doing a programming note. Got the formalities done here, but odds are on Saturday, I got to talk to the guys. I'm hoping that if all 4 guys are free, we're going to be able to do 2K25 on Saturday. Maybe after Money in the Bank. Maybe during, depending on the guys. I don't know. Well, that was a top rope sling blade that fell a little short. I really hate that phrase. I don't know if she got all of it. Well, we got 2 out of 4. I got to talk to Vic. I got to talk to Crowder. Just get those straight. We'll figure out an exact time whether we want to do it after Money in the Bank or during. Me, I could care less either way. Just the earlier we start, the more we can hammer through. So... And for anybody that wants to check out part 1, I will warn you, when you check the video out on Friday, the chat ain't there. My talking's there, but the chat ain't, because apparently the chat link, the Discord, when you use it from Xbox, went to my headset, didn't go to the computer. So I'll have that fixed for next week. So yeah, Grand Slam Mexico is only 2 weeks away. A little bit of shake up front, a little bit of shake up back. Double hip attack. And make it a triple. Oh. You notice Excalibur saw the tap before... You notice that Excalibur noticed the tap before the referee did? Oh my. Sorry, just a couple notes that came down. Gary Bettman was on. The commissioner for the AHL was actually on Sportsnet, so... More stupidity there. Oh my God, Tony's eating steak like me. Just get in there. There's some sounds for you, chat. It probably is American beef, so it doesn't taste the same as Canadian, so. Oh, it's perfectly well cooked. Da, da, da. Jay Quick, you got your goals. All right, so we're getting Ospreay and Swerve as our main event next week. And here's something. So Maxwell's running his mouth and he's got backup. Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. If I didn't say it before, yes, please. Bobby Ospreay. You tell me that wouldn't be a little bit of fun? Just a tiny bit of fun? As we go through it there, and there's a lot to unfurl there. Like, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The lineup that I expect for winning the world title at this point, I think we get Hangman winning it all in. I do think MJF wins the title eventually, and I do think that Ospreay beats MJF for the title if it isn't Fletcher. I almost think the Fletcher thing might be... I think Fletcher might take it off Ospreay more than anything else. Then you go from Fletcher to Darby if you want to do the Darby thing. But could you picture an MJF Will Ospreay main event in Wembley Stadium? They get rid of the gimmick of the U.S. versus Canada deal. Fletcher versus Ospreay for the world title would be insane. Yeah. I could see that too. Like, depends which way you want to go with that storyline, but I still feel that I would think that Ospreay would win the title at Wembley. I don't know if you want to let Fletcher win it off anybody else. Unless Ospreay has the title and loses it to Fletcher at Wembley. Which I don't know if the biggest day of the year he's willing to put a heel over as the main winner of the main. Because you tell me Ospreay versus Fletcher wouldn't sell tickets. Hell, make it a 60-minute Iron Man match for them. That would be a little bit of awesome right there. But yeah, we are a quarter in. And it's felt like a lot more than that right now. Just... It's going to be interesting to see how many total matches we get on this card. But the other thing is, all the matches that we're getting on this card are getting time. Like, that women's match had to be close to 20 minutes. Somewhat close to 20 at least. What are they showing on my TV right now? Predator Killer a Killer streaming this Friday on Disney Plus. Okay, we've seen some dark stuff today, and I pretty much had my fill of dark stuff after watching the new Silent Hill game that got announced today from PlayStation. If you guys didn't hear, Silent Hill F is coming out the day before my birthday of all days. Will I be getting it? No. And if you need a second opinion, hell no. There's a level of scariness I just do not want to deal with. Can't wait for it. Hey. It's interesting the way that it looks right now, to be honest. And I know, well, I'm probably going to have to set some time aside to talk about everything that happened this week in video games altogether. Because what? We got the release of the Nintendo tomorrow. We got Elena already out for Street Fighter 6 on top of that. Friday is Summer Games Fest. Sunday's the Xbox presentation. Like, this is one of the biggest weeks in the world when it comes to video games. Period. And if today is any indication, this might be the biggest week in the last 10 years. In terms of what we get. Look at those kicks on MVP. Looks like me when I was doing my grab photos. I wonder who they get an opponent next. Do we pull the trigger on FTR early, or do we wait for them to take... I really wonder which way we go here. Or do we wait until All In? I get it. They're showing the graphic for it right now, but... Who do you think's the next challenger, chat? If you haven't seen anybody come out quite yet. Max has got to be feeling awesome right now because the fact that they have a 4-hour show means he's probably going to get some mic time that he can relax a little bit with. So this promo segment, I do expect to go long. Just like everything else. You know, well, except for maybe Max, but... Yeah, it is Bobby's hometown, so... When they moved the chanting over to Max and just nothing. Okay. We got a fourth member? Fifth member? Did... Former Army Ranger. Guess you get strengthened in the mountains like that. Give it a thumbs up. Come on now. Oh, there you go. They turned the guy here real quick here. Max is loving this because this is Cheap Heat 101, right? I thought he was going to say forever just to throw the shade. Then, now. Hold on. Hold on. Hold. Hold. Except, MVP decided not to point the right guys there. God, Dwayne Rolson on TV. I'd take it back 20. Yeah. Dwayne's been popping on and off Canadian broadcasts here, all playoffs here. Now he'll be on a lot because of the, for the fact the Oilers are here and. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. Ah, goody goody. That is the respect that he gets. Mystico and MJF next week? Mystico versus MJF. Wait. No, he's not from Canada. I remember that. He went one night. Because he paid? Cheap plug, cheap plug, cheap plug. I want to see Mystico win that just for the hell of it. We all do. We've raised $35 for Jack.org. We're all philanthropic. Maybe let you. All right. Do we have a tag team coming out here or not? Yep. Here we go. Speedball and Kevin. Okay. Well, it looks like we might have a possibility of a trios match. These guys may be on the raft a little ahead of their skis. That's a decent comment by Taz. MVP be the translator. Yeah, it's true. I love the fact that they can swear in foreign languages and get away with it. Ah, we're going to French. I love this. Oh, goody. Well, Kevin Knight at least getting his promo time over. We all know it's not happening. They got LFI tonight. Well, guess who's winning tonight? It sucks for the fact that, you know, there's a little face-off I don't mind seeing. That looked awkward as hell, but not necessarily a bad thing. Like, realistically, either team could win this, other than the fact that there's that damn promo and we're got to try and set somebody up to face the Hurt Syndicate. I love that mask. I love that. I love all three of their masks, really. Jurlistico with a really sweet gear. Mortos, if you weren't here on Saturday, he's gone to white, which actually makes his face stand out a lot more right now. Sorry for your luck, Aubrey. This is going to be a little bit of an... This will turn into insanity about halfway through, I think. So, funny fact for you guys, if you didn't realize this, and if you're new to AEW, first of all, welcome. Good to see you here. But, Fyter Fest. The first ever Fyter Fest actually took place during a video game tournament. In basically hosted by Jabali, so Roosh still has the best wrestling. It's abs. Hey, you know what? That mask, those shoulders, he looks like a beast. And he has an actual beast on his team. But yeah, Fyter Fest was actually held at a video game tournament hosted by Jabali. I believe it was the CEO tournament that it's now known as. Unfortunately, CEO, I don't believe was able to run this year due to logistics and hashtag America, but yeah, it just generated into something bigger, and now this is one of the first ever straight out 4-hour shows that they're going to have on here for it. And I don't know what happened for next week. Trying to figure out what show's going on next week that they can't run next Saturday. Like, the only good thing for me about them not running next Saturday is the fact that Gamescom is in town here, so I actually just picked up my weekend pass literally half hour before the show here today. Knight, Bailey, and Kommander actually look like a pretty good team here, really. Just a heads up for non-subscribers, ads are coming up here in about 15 seconds, first ad of the night. If you're interested in hearing things all the way through the commercial, consider a sub, or else look into twitch.tv/turbo. For the cost of 2 subs, you get every stream for no ads. So yeah, we're getting... Realistically, we should probably get 8 matches tonight, I'm thinking. I wonder who Thekla is going to get as her first opponent tonight. Oh, Jesus. That was a snap if I ever seen one. I wonder how it's going to go next week, or in 2 weeks, down in Mexico, where they're going to end up. Guys just randomly come in the ring during CMLL matches, right? Luchador rules. Basically, if anybody leaves the ring, it's the opportunity for somebody else to come in if they want. Oh, wow. What are they doing now? Everybody do the conga, walking around the bonga, and you're going to get a drop die. All over your friends. Gotta admit, so far we're, what, an hour 15 in? A lot of good wrestling, a lot of good storytelling. Found out 2 hell of a matches we're going to get next week. Mystico going to make his return next week in Portland, of all places. And then we also going to get Swerve versus Ospreay. Like, well, at least the last hour is a sellout. That's for damn sure. We'll get more as the show's going on here, but I got a feeling after Knight, Bailey, and Kommander win this, we'll end up getting a 6-man tag next week with the full Hurt Syndicate versus the makeshift team. Got to find a way to get Max over a little bit more, right? I also wonder, has anybody heard an update about when Darby's coming back? Like, he's probably still on his way climbing down the mountain, but just quickly seeing in any of my notes if anything's come up here. I love this. I've seen the I seen some of the notes come down here today just on, you know, Get the Tables had a really good post there. He is really disappointed in Mercedes just because her steak was done well instead of medium. How do you guys like your steaks? How do you like putting together? Like myself, half the time I use an air fryer, so I'm a real lech, but whenever I get it on the griddle, for the most part, I like it cooked. I'm a little more cooked compared to most people. Rare, so just barely just shear off the ends and that's about it, kind of thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just the extra blood in there. Just but yeah, like a good. I think with steaks, it's more the seasoning. Same as me. I like it cooked. What can I say? Bloody, rare, flavorful. So Zodiac, in other words, you're one of those guys that would literally take the beef smartos and just, you know, carve a piece off and have lunch. Because basically the same thing, right? Is it? Yeah, I gotta love the seasoning game. That's exactly it. Like my steaks in a like I'm like Moxley in 2022. You were in that one. This Moxley was a lot of yeah. There's your hot tag, which didn't work. I'll shut up and stand corrected right there. Hopscotch into a DDT. And Kommander not having his A game tonight, but looked like he was supposed to hit Roosh there, but Roosh turned around, so the power of the no-sell. So one thing about Lucha Libre I do respect is, oh God. We're talking about wrestling and all of a sudden out of nowhere, just a random destroyer, just boom. Hey, who let the My GM cameras show up? Where we can't see anything? Both guys just nailing each other now. I would assume Kevin Knight's probably going to get the majority of the glory here in this match. Just because he's been gone for a month in the Best of Super Juniors tournament, which apparently he did really well. Him and Nick Wayne actually did a fantastic job there. Didn't make the final either one, but just the fact that you're invited and you don't get swept is quite an honor down in New Japan when it comes to that. Oh, the crowd's ready to chant it. Let's go. Oh my goodness, the memes. Sorry, I'm getting like... I'm excited today. I can't help it. I'm excited all over the place here. Whether it be fighting games, whether it be AEW. Roosh is doing a hell of a job here. And Knight just randomly catches Roosh into a backbreaker. Ooh, what a shot. All right, now we're going to see the match start to break down a little bit here. Aubrey, I don't know if you're going to be able to do much here. Aubrey, why? Why do you even bother? 3 dives to the outside. Of course, Speedball lands on his feet like he always does because, you know, breaking ankles and all that is not a good thing. I really wonder if the first 2 hours they literally just told everybody, just go do what you want to do. We'll time things out for the second half. An assisted code red? That's our first production glitch in terms of the on camera, but... Bailey almost hung himself on the bottom rope. Damn! Kommander's in trouble! Jesus! Let's just throw in a random diving crucifix bomb. Like... There's your second hot tag to Bailey. Tried to go for a quick pin. I don't know if you're ever going to get a quick pin off Mortos. Briscoe trying it. Uh-oh. Roosh at the drop kick. He went so high that Roosh didn't anticipate. He missed half of it. Damn. Mortos, don't kill Bailey, please. We need him for the maple syrup later. All right, kick to the face. Assisted clothesline. Nice double. A little too far for him, Bailey. Never mind. I thought he was going to go for his finisher there. Jesus. All the way across the ring. My God, Kevin Knight is a treat. It'll be nice to see if they could do the trios with the Hurt Syndicate next week. Sorry, I had to... It seems like blocking's an hourly thing over Mercedes. Like, I like my steak well done. That's why you're a fan of... wait a second. See, he'll confirm. Absolutely. Wow. And you notice MJF is not going in the ring? Two. I guess Kommander might be injured, so... Never mind. Well, there you go. There's a great... This will be a nice little match next week. I love how they're doing the face-off right now instead of, actually... I'm going to come kick your ass. You just tried. Are they doing Collision with Toni? I don't know. I think they might just run the same crew all the way through, Nats. All right, well, there's our second match announced for next week. Yeah, I got a feeling this is not going to be good for the... You might end up seeing MJF get pinned. Or something. Does Garcia turn? Does Garcia turn tonight? Does he become another member of the Don Callis family? FTR has been trying to change him. Callis has been trying to go after Garcia. Do we get that infamous turn? Or is it just another edgy, I want that title, but I'll help you beat these guys up until the moment kind of thing? But strap in, folks. We are almost at the 2-hour mark, and we are going to get the best segment of the night coming up. We got Max Caster coming out for the Max Caster Challenge. Crowd's going to be all over him. Crowd agrees that Max Caster is the best wrestler alive. They all get the chant down now, and I don't know if you guys saw the vignette from last week. Was he had a meet and greet with a bunch of fans, and he got them to sign the petition saying that Max is the top wrestler alive. Then when they were coming up for the photo, Max just peaced out. And Sterling standing there just going, eh? which really doesn't surprise me either. But yeah, like we'll have to see how things feel after our first 2 hours. See how we're feeling. See how things are moving. My God, like, can I be blatantly blunt about something here? Normally, when I'm going through something and going, like when something just happens, usually for about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, you get a social media just buzzing and repeating on that. They're still going nuts about the Sony State of Play on my timeline. Like, I don't think I have it tailored that precisely, but my God. Told you it was a special day for fighting game fans, and I'm expecting big things coming up Friday and Saturday. I think more likely Friday. Just calling it right now, the replacement for Smash Brothers probably going to get announced on Friday. Just throwing it out there for you Party Brawler fighting game fans. And if you're wondering what it's going to include, remember Capcom didn't get involved in this new fighting game on PlayStation, so just putting a few clues out there. I did have a pretty good laugh today, though. I'm watching it myself, right? I just turned on YouTube on my own TV. But I did remember, a lot of people remember Maximilian Dude. He's one of the top fighting game streamers in the world. He was doing gift sub bets with the chat. And he said if Pragmata shows up, literally on there it says each and every person watching owes 5 subs. I had to just go take a look when Pragmata got announced. It was hilarious. They were shut up. But he didn't win the tournament. If Max Caster has a squash match tonight and it's R-Truth, I can time you out for a week. Well, it won't be R-Truth, I'll guarantee that, so. Still watch on YouTube. Oh, I can ban just as easy over there too. Kip's working on a bigger surprise. He's probably in the match. All right, Max. Let's see who you got. (2025) record 0-11. Oh my God! The Blue Jays won a game. Watch out! It might start snowing right away. He ain't signing nothing. He's getting this over, and it's scary.
I'll be honest, guys, that was bad.
Oh, terrible.
Of the 5-minute open challenge with Playaz, so right
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, this should be amazing. Well, yeah, this will be about 30 seconds. What do we get? 1 minute, 30 seconds, 15 seconds. Yeah. Hobbs didn't even feel like getting dressed for this. Yeah, Hobbs didn't even know. I'm not going to get dressed for you. Unless he's going that way now. Oh, this should last, what, 15 seconds, 20 seconds? Under a minute? The funny part is of all this, he's getting called meat. If this was the Attitude Era, he'd be known as Sean Stasiak, which, you know, really? Max, you're an idiot. Yeah. We're going to go 48 seconds on that? That's actually a little bit longer than I thought it would be. I would have loved to see him charge in on that first shot, go up, hit the back, the spine buster, and ended it like 10 seconds. Wait, what? Chat. Help me figure something out here. Well, I guess subs, help me figure something out here. We have a 4-hour show, right? Our first 2 hours, it's like they're doing a main event to start the 2 hours. Because this international title going now? Why would you do it now? Like, what are they going to do for our main event tonight, period, at the end? Is that going to be FTR versus Team Mexico? Didn't they say this? Yeah, like, if you look at the TV guide, and yes, I still watch TV. The shows are listed separately, Collision and Dynamite. However, for this week, TSN has put them both on the main feed rather than having us to switch to the USA and Canada channel for the second half. We'll see what happens when it happens. But technically, they are two different shows. But I just find it weirder than all hell when they do this like this. Like, I almost wonder if they got a surprise for Nick Wayne tonight in that ROH match. Like, I I get it. We're going to get Thekla and Jamie Hayter somewhere in there. Maybe Thekla debuts against somebody else debuting. Who knows? If that's the case, it'd be sort of a waste, but maybe that's just me. But yeah, as we're going through here, like, Nick Wayne defends against Christian Killswitch and Kip Sabian. That would be amazing. Now, you got to know Kip's got to be one of the guys. It just makes me wonder who the other two are. Maybe a couple luchadors, maybe a couple guys from New Japan. Maybe a couple Denver locals. Who knows? I know there's a chance to get a few Canadians next week with Summer Blockbuster being in Portland. Between Portland and Seattle, they're typically, well, more likely Portland and Seattle, that has a tendency to use Canadians. Like, I do believe the last enhancement team they used in Portland is actually now part of a major faction in TNA with Saints and Sinners. Last time they were in Portland for a Dynamite, they were used in a tag match, and now they're moved into what you would consider a very, very thorough spot there in the TNA roster, which, once again, Nick is an absolute expert in covering that part of the world. This is going to be a hell of a fun match. I honestly thought it was going to be Hechicero as the fourth man, but having Mascara Dorada as your fourth man just changes the dynamic of the match so much. And yeah, they're going to get, what, a solid 15 out of this? Could you imagine both shows going overtime tonight just to piss off the world? This will be so good. Like, you're still got a star power in this matchup, and even, you know, thought Hechicero as well, but I'm so happy that Brody King has up. Yeah, like, well, it's going to be Brody King or, well, no, Hechicero took on Mascara Dorada as the, in the bracket there. Brody took on, I think it was Takeshita. It was a Callis family member, whether it was Takeshita or whether it was Fletcher. It was one of the two to qualify there, so. But the fact that Claudio and Brody are essentially two of the strongest people on this roster. Let's face it, Claudio's, I think you pretty much can say pound for pound is the bet. That's right, Brody and Alexander, that's it. That's right, because they had one representative from Canada in the tournament. This match is straight right out of PWG period. Now I'm trying to remember, like, Mystical used to be Sin Cara. Mascara Dorada. I was just trying to figure out how what the name in WWE was. Because I think Mascara Dorada was the other one that was in WWE. All right, Roberts, do you got a 500 Metalik? There we go. No, I think Grand Metalik kept his name. He's using the pay-per-view theme tonight. For those that are new here, Kenny Omega basically has 3 different themes. He has his original AEW theme. He has one that he specifically brings out for pay-per-views, and then there's this one. If you haven't heard, he's a very big Final Fantasy VII fan. He was actually at PAX East 2 weeks ago with, it would be 2 weeks ago with Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy having their crossover. Kenny was one of those that was promoting it. Ended up getting into a bit of a tiff with Woods again this month. But I do have to say the most heartfelt moment that I've seen this spring from the interwebs was watching Kenny Omega cat sit Hikaru Shida's cat. And trying to stream by himself for the first time. Because he would usually have Jabali there helping him, but he decided he wanted to try it on his own. And, of course, this is a PWG-style match, so Rick Knox has to be the referee. Claudio goes straight up. This is the one thing I was worried about. We had 3 faces and a heel. I know Brody could play either way, but... I remember this match from the C... Was it the C2 that it was in this year? Brody and Claudio? Just an absolute psh. Aren't he and Sheena and I... Omega keeps a lot of this stuff to himself, but yes. Shida is over in Japan trying to get her visa situation straightened out. Oh, and speaking of people getting stuff figured out, if you guys didn't check out SRS this week, and I know some of you detest dealing with them, so allow me to file in the details. People have been asking, where's Wardlow? Castagnoli pulled a Samoa Joe, just walking away. But Wardlow is currently not injured. However, he's about to film a TV show. So Tony Khan and Wardlow agreed together. Why bring him back for a program when you're going to take him right back off the air soon enough? So you got to admit, that makes a lot of sense. And that's one thing I'm really happy about with AEW. Like, with stuff like this, it makes a lot of sense, right? You got the... Omega just said, nope, that's enough. We're going to do this now, finally. If I was Dorada, I'd want to get caught by Brody instead anyway. Claudio's not as big of a target. Probably has more power, but just isn't as big of a target. Oh, God. Dorada just got dumped in the front row. What is Riccaboni saying? You got to throw him back. You can't keep him. What is it? He's like a baseball diamond or a puppy. Oh, it's a cute little luchador. Can we keep him, Mom? Can we please, 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 please? No. Almost makes you wonder if that's the actual case of all that. So, oh God. Dorada a little late. All right, well, let's just stack them up like corkwood. And just take them both out. I said it before, I'll say it again. When it comes to luchadors, they pull off a lot of great moves, but some of it just is not crisp. The timing on Dorada there was a little late. I love that Omega has been gone for so long, yet the fans have not missed a beat when it comes to him. Takes the high five from the little kid. I love it. As we go into picture in picture. I thought they were going to advertise Saturdays moving to TSN too, but I guess you're not going to really be able to do that now with the CFL kicking off. I think it's literally this week or next week. For those that aren't familiar, the Canadian Football League runs exclusively Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays here. 9 teams, runs about 3 hours, exclusive to TSN, the same channel that has AEW on it. So, honestly, if it wasn't the week after the All-Star game, I would sincerely hope that AEW would have done a 4-hour show on the Wednesday, because there's literally no other sport going on. If anybody wants live sports, it's exactly what they would get. Like, I get it. These 4-hour shows can be a bit of a war of attrition for a lot of people, but honestly, I don't think the night's disappointed at all so far. And we, like, literally, this is our first half main event. Like, right now, I just be trying to try the mental phase to start doing some GM work, but which I gotta admit, it's been a little bit easier this year compared to previous years, even with the 15-minute clock on it. As we're throwing everything out the door. Things are such, socials are just flying all over the place tonight. It has been an exceptional night so far of wrestling all the way across the board. Once again, everybody, just thank you for stopping by, whether you check it out live, whether you check it out VOD, whether you check it out the YouTube, whether you check it out on Twitch. Just remember, if you are checking it out on YouTube, please give us a thumbs up. Please subscribe to the channel. Every thumbs up on the channel helps us get recognized by more people. And the more people that come in here to talk about wrestling that aren't complete trolls is always a great thing. Because I know there's some nights where we get some pay-per-view craziness going on here, and And it just, the conversations just go completely off the rails sometimes, and I love every second of it. Yeah, so yeah, the season just starts up this week, so they're just showing. Why are you? Ah! You're supposed to put that discretion sign up in picture in picture, damn it. Oh, here we go. This is a movement Mel was talking about before. Thank you once again, Michael, for popping in. Always appreciate you. Whether you're watching on live, whether you're watching on the video on demand, you're always in here, always throwing a positive comment out, and that's what means the most around here. Just appreciate having you here. Appreciate having everybody here. Gotta love that Snapdragon. Now we're going to get a second one. Is Brody going to eat one? Yep. We're going to try at least. No, he ain't going to get it. Oh, God. Oh, God. Dorada's in trouble. Jesus. That sucks. Death Valley driver into the quarter. I'm pretty sure that Claudio's the only guy that could do that successfully on Brody with that kind of angle. That took some muscles there. So we're getting Ospreay and Rush. FTR versus Team Mexico. Thekla. And what else? Oh, the four-way. Oh, there it is. Guevara, AR Fox, and Lee Johnson. That will be a lot of fun. I thought it was going to be Kip, to be honest. I think we all did. Oh, Jesus. Omega just got hit with a frying pan. But what do you guys think about the first half of the show so far? I think it's been pretty solid. I think most of the matches have been pretty on the part. Looking for the one-wing angel, but Claudio's just like, nope. It's been really good, yeah. Like, the action's been solid across the board. We've had some decent storytelling. It is going to be continued later on with the Will Ospreay-Leo Rush match. Thekla's going to be coming on, which is going to be a lot of fun. Claudio, what are you doing? What are you doing? You don't do top rope. Yeah, I'm with Excalibur. I'm like, I really don't know what you were going to do. Feel like you're buying your time for All In, but it's a chugging. You know what? Like, you have to in these points. Like, what? We got 5.5 weeks still? Jesus. All right. like I said, the pace might be a little off with some of the lucha moves, but God, that felt good. Oh, they just flipped it right away. V-Trigger! No. Poison Rana coming. Yep, that was almost telegraphed. Jesus! Did you hear the impact of that clothesline? That impact on the first clothesline, not the second one. Like, it honestly felt like somebody hit a belt on someone there. I love how Excalibur does lay out a little bit for the crowd, a little bit more than what we've seen in the past. Jesus. These guys are just not fooling around here. So they got to go through the rundown again because it's technically the opening of the show. All right, just an up and over, up and down, and we're going to be bye. Oh my God. Claudio and the strength there. Claudio's not going to let you beat him with his partner's move. That's Wheeler's move. Hit the neutral. Omega's going to sneak in here. Omega saw it and he's like, yeah, I got time here to get in there, so. My God, this match is pretty amazing. Jesus. I don't think Dorada realized how strong Claudio was there. And he got a little overshot there. So we got the ad break coming in again. Dorada, you're dead. Oh my God, I don't think he was supposed to do that. Claudio hooked a leg, man. You broke up the cover, but he put you right in another one. My God, those kicks. Oh God. That's a quick way to get Dorada to get Claudio out of there. Shooting star press out of nowhere. Jesus. This is just insanity at this point. There it is. What a counter. Nobody kicks out of that. My God, just needs 1 second to get the win. Yes, I know it's about 5 seconds, but you know what I mean. Can he bug out Omega? Dorada doesn't have to feel bad about taking the pin there. See, they literally have to fade to black and then come back, right? Start officially our third hour, 5 minutes in. Here we go. Here we go. Are they officially going to start this run? They have to start this run already. It's not like these guys are going to have that many more matches in between now and All In. You, me, title for title, bitch. And the Denver crowd's the first one that gets to... All right, here we go. Let's go. Omega's been going at it for 20 minutes, but nobody cares. And then a shot to the kidney. Oh my God, is he going to hit it already? Nope. Okada was supposed to come for a promo sim and he comes out bleeding. They got to be doing an Intercontinental title. They have to be. Brand new title. Make it look pretty. Make everybody happy. Hell, maybe announce it next week if we have to. Are they going to do that for a main event, or are they going to do that first? No, we're going to just get a promo segment right now. For everybody who just popped in here for the Collision half, thank you. Welcome. Good to see you all. Been here 2 hours and 20 minutes already, and been a lot of great wrestling going on so far. And yeah, FTR is so much better as heels. They've proven that more and more here. I'm just surprised they're doing this here and not in Mexico. Hey! That's a promo all you had to do is do last week. Just a simple promo last week, and now he doesn't even have to show up tonight. Will's got to be thrilled, too, with being an Assassin's Creed fan, a video game fan. Oh, yeah, if you missed the first half of the show, yeah, we get Swerve and Ricochet next week. Or Swerve and Ospreay next week. Yeah, just... Now there's no title on the line, so either way it could go. Ricochet gets R-Truth and Max Caster. I'd love to see it. But the problem is, I want guys that can shave their head. I don't think Max will be allowed to shave his head. Last week, I thought he said it. I thought it's great that he found a crew that he could work with, and then the crew walked by. Little Jimmy's bald. Fair enough. That's go. I have to see if I can find a bald chant so I can put it in the soundboard here. Can we get a petition? Since there's petitions going out, thanks to Max Caster, can we get a petition to get these two guys to have the Super Mario Brothers 1-1 theme as their, 1-4 theme as their entrance music? Granted, no, you'd have to do Super Mario World because that's where they all were. The primary game where they all were. My God, is that Jack ugly. I can imagine what it's like in the winter, though. Gonna be a flip show. Not a clip show, a flip show. Yeah, and they did the hard break after the Omega match. And this is what they did in Toronto as well when they did the doubleheader. They essentially faded to black and came back up. So, yeah, you're right on. That's why I'm glad Riccaboni's getting a little bit more work right now. Well, Ospreay is a bit of a superhero, so yeah, those would be crime fighting pants. Okay, who wins Okada? Omega is going to win the double title. I think that would make sense. If you're going to put in a brand new title, I don't think you give it to Okada. I think it's going to be one of those situations where both guys are going to politic for the other to win. My God, is this like... Looks like while Ospreay's normally the king of the Y button, I think tonight he's going to have to be a king of the run button on this one. Oh, no, no. That's how you fix it up. Rake the eyes. That was a little overshot. Uh-oh, are we already getting the finish? I love that the old guy outside the ring is still, yeah, time out, that's fine. Aren't they great friends? Maybe, I don't know. I'll be honest, Nats. I read a lot about this stuff, but I try not to read a whole lot about it. But yeah, I'd assume that Okada and Omega are pretty good friends outside the scenes. But I do think it was more the Bucks than anything else that got Okada in. We're actually getting real picture-in-picture tonight. I guess it's because it's the TSN crew doing it, right? But yeah, for the most part, I think wrestling served best if you don't really focus a whole lot on behind the scenes. Listen to the story they want to tell you. The more you do that and the less that you deal with the stuff that goes outside the atmosphere, it will it'll help you a lot more trying to be a good person and a good player. So oh, what do we got going on now? Oh, they're just advertising the trios match for next week. Tony Khan's already on and announcing next week, so. All right, another gaming side comment here. Shout out to Carrie Ann Hoskins, the original Sonya Blade from the movie. She is still supporting that game. Like, she's even posting out the collection that's coming out this year. I will be getting that day one. Odds are I'll probably end up getting on PlayStation. Contemplating whether I'm going to get that fighting stick from PlayStation or not. Oh, there you go, Leo. I love how Leo had to jump from both sides to get himself in position there. Now these Kawada kicks. Ospreay's got this level of explosion that just... it's just insane. Oh, now he's just going for a plain old... Torture Rack of the Blue Thunder Bomb. That was a little bit of a... little bit extra crack in the back on that one. Oh, I hear more action outside. Did the Oilers lose already? Nope, just started the third right now. I find it funny that, it's ironic that the Oilers play their first game of the playoffs in the Panthers. Of course, it's got to be a 4-hour dynamite. What a cutter. That sell by Ospreay, seriously. Makes him look like he was shot out of a cannon there. This crowd is telling him exactly what they feel about him. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. But yeah, for those that are watching currently here and don't usually watch Collision, this is a lot of the action we do get on Saturdays. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of differences you feel during this, because typically in a Collision show, it's a little bit more wrestling based, less forcing it in terms of promos and such. Oh God. Out of nowhere. Oz cutter out of nowhere. All right, what's he going to hit now? Why would you hit the hidden blade with... Yep, no. Well, that fixes that problem. Fosbury flop and Osprey lands on his feet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hidden blade off the top. Now this will be a Stormbreaker match. Yeah. He's small enough that a Stormbreaker would win it. Okay, I'll take that. I think Osprey didn't realize that Rush could get all the way over there. He's trying to scooch over a little bit. Stefan doesn't even realize. I love how Leo really didn't want to get in that Styles Clash, and Osprey's like, no, you're taking this. Shut up. All right, here comes... I told you going to be some shenanigans here. Just wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for the sound. Whose house? Whose house? That's weird. Unless Ricochet comes out. No, Hangman. Okay. Oh, I was wondering why he was waiting on the outside for. That makes sense. I think Nigel's a little off there. He come to the assistance of said he came to the assistance of Andretti. So, is he gonna play this up as Swerve as the bad guy throughout all this? Very well could be the case. I bet he does have a lot on his mind. All right, fair enough.
As much as I appreciate it, I do want to make one thing clear. I'm my own man.
Cowboy's always been his own cowboy. Whose house? Crowd's already chanting it because they know what's coming. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, we're going to get this. We're going to get a face-off here, or is he just going to do the generic promo? You know what I like? There's one word that Hangman said in that promo that just fired me up. Men's. Uh-oh. Of course, tonight was Fyter Fest. Absolutely. How you doing, Vic? Hope you're doing well. Had a great show so far. I only saw ads everywhere all day, all day today alone. Well, for me, it was more seeing the state of play that came up today. On top of that, so. I don't know how much you've seen so far, but it's been a great show so far. Osprey have to get. No, it's gonna be midnight by the time we're done here tonight, Vic. What do you think about Saturday after MITB? It's tentatively what we're thinking of here. So, yeah, we're gonna be going till midnight for Dynamite tonight. So, midnight Eastern. Sorry. Because we're one match into Collision here right now, with Osprey just beating Leo Rush. Throw in the Discord if you want to let us know if you're okay with that or not. If don't need to throw it out here, or throw it out here if you want. I don't care. Zodiac's in for whatever. I'm in for whatever. Next week I gotta play it by ear because Gamescom is here in Edmonton, so. Oh, that's right. We got that 8-man tag tonight. Oh. I thought they were hyping up somebody big. Oh, Hichisero. Which, don't get me wrong, it ain't the worst pick in the world, but... Ichiban? It's like, we got Hichisero, we got Ichiban, and we got Kyle. Sounds like the same thing that we get from dealing with a whole bunch of these other groups. Almost dealing with Paragon. You got Adam Cole, and you got Roddy Strong, and you got Kyle. I'm looking forward to Grand Slam Mexico. I hope there's a lot of integration with CMLL throughout the show. In the right spots. Because when we think of it this way, like we have 5.5 weeks until we get to All In. Take that 1 week out. Just because if we are in Mexico, you almost want to consider that a one-off in some ways. Surprised they don't get on a mic and say they're going to bury John Elway. Or a true legend here in Denver, Kobe Bryant. Yeah, that would be horrible. I don't mind the fact that Nigel and Garcia lost to them. I will still say that might have been one of the roughest matches on the card, though. Just for the fact that I felt it went a lot longer than it should have. In terms of Double or Nothing. Off the ropes, nice shoulder tackle. So we have a 4-way, a 8-person tag. We have a trios match still. All in the matter of an hour and a half. Plus we got the debut of Thekla. We got a jam-packed hour and a half to come up here. I'm assuming Tekla's debut is going to be quick. And Jamie Hayter's going to come and wreck her. But the one thing I am happy about is the fact that these matches are getting time. It's one thing that we don't get to see a lot these days is the fact the matches just keep running out quick. This will be interesting if just seeing the score in the Oilers Cats game. If the Cats pull this one off, I think the series is pretty much over. I know that sounds facetious, but losing home ice advantage is going to be big. The funny part is right now, like this, they're looking for a response from this crowd, but I think more often than not, I think the word that's going to be coming out of most of these guys is, "Who are you?" That'll help. Oh. What a shot. Kick to the back of the head. Quick hook of the leg. All right, good job. Ah, the good old eye drink. I'm going to have to wait till once Gamescom is done and I find out how much money I wasted at the show, which, let's face it, you go to one of those, you're going to spend some money. Once I'm done that, I'm going to figure out what we can do here going forward with some stuff. Oh. That was a hell of a handshake. We might actually have to grab some of that eye drink and see how it goes here. Over the top, down below, do-si-do, and away we go. I said it earlier, and if you weren't here for the Dynamite part of the show, Lucha Libre could be a lot of fun, but you really have to suspend belief on some of this stuff. It's not always perfect. In terms of their angle, in terms of their timing. But I am happy to see that there is a lot of integration here both ways. And the fact the CMLL guys are looking good here, like, you're probably going to end up with FTR winning. If Atlantis and Templaro do end up winning, that would be a big boost for CMLL and for Mexico. There it is, blind tag. Oh, it's gonna suck. Lands on his feet, sort of. And a spine buster fixes things up. It's just been a lot of fun tonight. Like, watch. As we're getting I love the fact we're getting picture-in-picture all 4 hours tonight. It just feels like a little small win for us here. But, yeah, just looking at FTR, I really do wonder where they're going to go here. Are they just trying to wait for Cope to come back and set up a match for All In? Because it almost feels like that's the most logical thing to do here. But we, like I said, we are 5 weeks away. So do you want to spoil that early? My prediction in that, basically the way you really could do it here to really hype it up, and this sort of helps with the World Tour thing. Let Cope show up right after FTR's match in Mexico. Because I do have a feeling they're going to get a tag match at Grand Slam. Didn't they kick Cope out so they could chase gold? Well, yes, but you still have to deal with your inner demons, right? So where's the gold? Isn't Stokely the real gold that they have? You want them with the Hurt Syndicate? I think that's a match that needs to happen. But now the fact that they're basically making sure that we confirm that the Syndicate's heels versus heels, I don't know if Cope or if TK wants to book that heel versus heel match. I almost feel that they might end up having to do a 4-way match with the Hurt Syndicate just to get them on the card more than anything else. Unless they find a way to have MJF screw them out of the title somehow, and then you could just go Bobby and Max. Just like Jim Ross used to say, this is classic tag team wrestling by FTR. Having the member Templaro over in their side of the ring. Always having your back to the guy in the other far corner. Just stomps everywhere. Jesus. But yeah, just looking at the I really do want to see FTR get those titles back, but it is a real pickle of a situation. I think we were talking about it before. With the Hurt Syndicate being as dominant as they are, there's no real teams to step up to the point where I was considering those junior tag titles. Folks, I have to say something important here.
No, please, no.
Tony Khan has an announcement. We've been getting rid. We haven't had to deal with one of these for about a year now. So, if Tony Khan's got a huge announcement, I'm almost worried about what. Please don't disappoint us. That's all I gotta say. Please don't disappoint us. Because every time Tony Khan has an announcement, it's just great idea, but a popcorn fart. Unless he's announcing Round the Truth Killings next week. At least he hasn't hyped it up all week. That's fair. That is absolutely fair, Zodiac. Because if he over-delivers on that... And I guess for the most part, when you have Collision, like everybody on Collision here, you know what it probably is? And I'm just thinking about this. After what happened between Okada and Omega, he's going to announce the Intercontinental Championship to be decided at All In. This is where you get that announcement. It almost makes sense. Almost makes you wonder what the main event's going to be tonight. Paragon versus the Callis family, maybe? You do Thekla as the main event, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It's called the victory roll for a reason, my friend. At least Dax knows he's going to his own corner. Ha! That was three. That was three. Even Nigel's got his arms up. Shatter Machine coming up. Just lined up way too well for that. Go off the ropes. Come on. We know you want to. A little late on that. Just not the level of polish you like to see, but, you know, it could be a lot worse. I hate to keep bringing it up, but... Oh, here we go. Even the heels... Templaro screwed up. He was supposed to have the ankles pulled, so he couldn't kick out. But now FTR just looks strong because they beat two guys from Mexico. They didn't have to... Even Dax is like, damn it. All right, well, we'll let it go. Does that ever work? Literally, does that ever work? Because they're the only team that sticks around long enough every week. Okay. Are we just going to get a promo, or are we actually going to get somebody come up? It's funny how Cash, that's Cash's gimmick now. The whole crowd's cheering now. Oh, come on, Dax. He's cheering with the security guy who's right over there. Would you get out of here already? We want to get moving. All right, commercial break. Yeah, TK's got the big announcement. I severely think it's probably an Intercontinental title. It could be just a match booked for next week. Hell, could you imagine them doing Okada Omega next week? Just for the hell of it? Or did he get a phone call saying that Ibushi's visa just came through? So he'll be here next week to join Kenny Omega in a tag match against Okada and one of the Young Bucks. Because I think Nick's out with a concussion right now. Actually, I think both of them are hurt, so scratch that. Kazuchika Okada and a partner of his choosing. Which he turns around and says, I don't need to fight anybody. I don't need nobody for my partner. I am better than both of them, bitch. Like I said, I severely think it's going to be the Intercontinental announcement. It rewards the fan. Like, I honestly feel this. TK really does want to reward the Collision fans for sticking around with him. I think he also wants to reward the fans that stick around for like the 4th hour of a 4-hour TV show on a Wednesday. Because let's face it, it's a Wednesday. Not everybody gets the same privileges that I do. Like, basically, tonight is my Saturday night compared to most people's work weeks. So, but yeah, so, and then tomorrow during the morning, we're going to get in here. We're going to get a little split fiction done. Reminds me that I got to get my new controller wired out with the PlayStation here. I picked up a brand new controller for this, so it's always good to have 2 controllers, right? Because if one dies, you have one as a spare. I found 2 of my controllers, both of them didn't have the audio jack working in them. So unfortunately, if that audio jack ain't working, you guys can't hear nothing on stream. So. But yeah, just all in all tonight, like as we're going through like every match here and every little story bit that we go through here, it's just fun. Like that's the biggest thing about AEW more than anything else. And I think we've discussed this more than once. It's fun. Everybody's about having fun. We're all here to have fun, right? Yeah, I know I get a little forceful there. Well, yeah, as we're getting into hour number 3 right now. We're going to have to see. I'm thinking Thekla's debut might be the main event tonight, depending on who she's facing. Would it be absolutely nuts if she was going to take on somebody that, some signee or some. Or maybe she's scheduled to have a match and Jamie Hayter just comes down and breaks it right up. Or maybe we'll have that match right now. I wonder how many people actually really wanted to do that.
We are going to see the Toxic Spider make her in-ring debut at AEW in this Fyter Fest. But right now, let's go to the ring.
Not advertising the DDT title there? Did Fletcher go purple tonight? Oh, he's still got in the pink, yeah. Proto Sheeta and Hichisero. Maybe Hikaru should be part of that team. Okay, Nigel, trying to get your foreign accents on aren't the best thing in the world here. Jesus, Nigel. Were you really... Now that... Now... Los Ultra... Oh, my God. Nothing like seeing two brand new luchadors in Denver, Colorado. From Mexico Beach. Wonder if there's actually a Mexico Beach. Is that sort of like where the Gulf of America is? Never mind. Let's not get into politics there. Love the purple and gold on Bandito. Reminds me of Lakers colors. If you know, you know. Low City, it's Attaboy Callis. Just funny just to sit back and relax and see this. All right, hit you Sarah on Bandito. This is a match I'd love to see for the ROH title. Maybe we'll get that down in Grand Slam. I find it cool that they got the same night for both Dynamite 300 and Collision 100. That is a weird coincidence. That is going to be a fun night of wrestling as well. And I can tell that overhead camera is not the A cam that they normally have. Hichisero might be one of my favorite CMLL wrestlers, period. I didn't have much for him when he started, but like when he first came out here, there was no story to him, and Tony Khan did a horrible job at letting us know who he actually is, but it's almost like the wrestling is sort of taken over and told us a little better story than this. Hey, STG, how you doing tonight? And yes, he did a horrible job on it. He's done a lot better now. Like, hell, you could see right before this match, he did a promo pack for Thekla, getting ready for the match here. Are they going OT there, STG, yet? I'm assuming so at this point. Wait till Florida wins the first game. That'll be a sweep then. Oilers will just give up. We all know that. Come on now. I found it rather hilarious that they had a whole week to get the first game of the NHL finals done. They had to pick the night that there was a 4-hour AEW show. Not tremendously disappointed, but still. Oh, God. Didn't use the apron, just went straight to the floor. That's a very rough elevator landing there. They always do that, yeah. Too much. Well, theoretically, if they would have went 7 games, I believe Game 1 would have been here regardless, which is what they used to do in the playoffs, like way before all the fancy TV deals. if you won in 4, you got 6 days of rest. And you knew exactly when you were going to be playing at the beginning of the playoffs. This is when round 2 starts. This is when round 3 starts. This is when the finals start. If both teams finished early, nobody cared. Now, in the NBA, I do believe you have to start the conference finals on time. But other than that, it's a race to see whoever gets off first. For those first 2 rounds, literally, if both teams are done, 2 days later, you're going. Yeah, because NBA with their fancy TV deal, yeah. Billions in the products worse than ever. Well, it's an opinion, right? Like, some people love the product, some people hate the product. I'm fine either way. I'll take it and leave it. I don't watch it every time. Same thing with hockey. I don't watch it every time. I watch it when I have time and it's on. Prefer physicality? Hey, that's why I watch wrestling, my friend. But if you missed the first part of the show, and we're already, 3 hours into it, I'd have to say the biggest highlights for tonight: Toni Storm eats a steak. Mercedes Moné eats well done steak, which made her an instant heel in the chat here. We got announced that Swerve and Ospreay are going to be fighting next week as part of the Summer Blockbuster. We're going to get the Hurt Syndicate, including MJF, taking on the team of Speedball, Bailey, Kevin Knight, and Kommander next week. Ed Fries also eats his steak well done. No wonder he loves Mercedes. I do too, on both things. Tony Khan's got an announcement right before the main event, so I'm guessing it's the Intercontinental title announcement. For those that aren't familiar, Kenny Omega and Kazuchika Okada both hold the International and the Continental titles. I do feel at All In they're going to have the match, which is going to combine the 2 titles together into an Intercontinental Championship. I love that Callis just tried to hit. He hit Bandito so hard that he literally slipped and fell face first into the ring announcer's table there. My God. See, they could do the magic of 10 years ago. You know what? Here's the thing. And this is one thing that a lot of people, like, we were talking about Mariah May earlier in her debut in NXT. And once again, I want to make this perfectly clear. I do wish nothing but the best for her. Because, well, I want to see her do well. I want to see everybody do well. But Okada, Omega have the same problem / benefit that Mariah May is going to have as well. Okada, Omega do not have to recreate the magic they had in New Japan. They have to live up to the hype that they have in North America. There is a difference between the two. While there are wrestling savants that have watched the entire series of Okada Omega throughout New Japan Pro Wrestling, the majority of American wrestling fans have not watched it. But they've heard so many great things about it. And that's what they have to live up to. They don't have to live up to the matches. They have to live up to the hype. And how I relate to Mariah May is the fact that Mariah, the only feud that she's had so far in North America, like full feud, has been with Toni Storm. While I think she's going to do well, she's got to show that she can handle a feud with somebody other than someone who's going to carry the feud like Toni did. Mariah had a lot of great steps, and she was a very big part of it. But will that continue when you take on somebody that, well, let's face it, she's in NXT. Outside of a couple people, she's going to be the most experienced one. She's going to be the one that's entrusted to carry this stuff. She's going to get a lot of help, but you also have to... You still have to carry through on that, right? So, like I said, for me, it's never been about... What is he doing? Los Outrunners are actually going to try and do some top rope shenanigans. Truth Magnum. Oh my God. Lucha, lucha, lucha. The whole crowd's like, what the hell is that? Not that in a bad way, just didn't expect that. Oh, nice leg trip there. See, technically they're both pitting each other with their legs. Switch 2 is releasing in T-minus 52 minutes. Fortunately, I will not be getting one. I did not get in the pre-order bonus, and I'm not going to wait in line. And I don't have $800 right now for it. Because, yes, the Switch is only $670, whatever. But you also got to remember, you're going to have to get certain things. You're going to have to get games. I decided I'm going to wait a little bit. Maybe wait till my Christmas bonus to... only $670, exactly. It's like I was trying to explain to everybody here who was listening earlier. I'm actually going to Gamescom Canada next week here in Edmonton. It's a big video game expo. I loved every second of it last year. I actually took part in a Smash tournament last year, went 0-2. Went 0-2, but it's my first ever tournament, so I can live with that. But compete, exactly. Like, I'll be honest, my goal next year is to get involved in a little bit more. Get a little bit more practice in and work on, hell, with the new tournaments are hard. Take it from me for years of Tekken tournament. Yeah. Well, with the new Marvel game that just got announced today, honestly, for me, it wasn't nerves. It was me not knowing the rules more than anything. I don't worry about smelly ass people. I told this story before. At my regular job. Oh God. Fletcher just looking at tight. Oh God. At my former regular job, I had a guy that owed my manager money, or owed the owner money. So he was stuck as my assistant manager until he paid his debt, which he never did. So, unfortunately, the problem with him is he never showered. Literally. The only time he ever got any water on was when we got the garden hose on him. So I'm not worried about smelly people. I don't smell much anymore when it comes to people. Fletcher's like, what the hell did you just do to my guy? But yeah, no, nerves for me. I've had 4,000 people in unison chant for me to die. Playing in a video game tournament is not that bad. For the gamers I grew up with, used to be smelly as a tournament strat. That's what I'd be doing. It's true how I felt. Yeah, fair enough. Exploders everywhere. Got locked in on the bad hygiene that it would take away from it. Something I've learned to always try to you got to just focus on what you can do. And it's something I say in life as we see the victory here. Something I've learned in life too. Only focus on what you can fix. Let the rest of it fall in place. Ooh. So, PWHL, there's a new team in Seattle next year. And they just signed their first player in Hillary Knight. So... it's going to be interesting to see how things change and how things set up for the there's just random shots of Anna Jay's butt. That's always interesting. For those that don't know, Harley Cameron is it was actually a complete the blood there, that's a complete pack. It's not hers. She is actually in Italy for a wedding this week, along with Renee Paquette and RJ City. They're bringing her. Oh, God. I think Harley Cameron is the most improved wrestler in AEW in 2024. And it's just continued ever since. Oh my God, she's back! I thought she was coming back. Just, yes, let's go! I called this 2 weeks late, but I called it. Let's go. Ty Mello's back on the roster. Let's go. Oh, wrong one. There it is. Let's throw a second one in just for the hell of it. So glad to see Mello back. Now that Harley's gone, this is a perfect chance to get Mello involved. And we got a trio now. We got a regular tag team and a trio available. Get these women's tag titles right now. Like, don't even wait. Let's go. As we commercial, Ty Mello is back in AEW. Collision fans get rewarded for hanging out hour 4. This hour 4 is turning out to be pretty big right now. KTK, you set the bar now. You got to return. Now that you got to return, you got to step one more step up on that announcement. If it's what I think it is, I think it's going to be worthwhile. And for people that are wondering, yes, I do have the ticker going off on my phone right now about the said hockey game. So I'll be watching the progress back and forth there compared to here. But no, this is actually pretty perfect here. Having, like, I understand Mariah May's a hit, But don't kid yourself. AEW has a women's roster that can be put up against any promotion, whether that be TNA, NXT, WWE. Who's number one? There are so many different ways you could critique who's number one, who's number two, who's number three. Different rules that you could have. And I know, like, Mariah May came out and said she's finally here with the best division. I will say this, and I'll make this poignantly clear. How do you not say that you just signed with the number one promotion? You could believe it's the number 6 promotion. In public, they are number 1. How would your boss like to say that you just came over here because you came for the payday and the rhetoric and nothing for the talent? Could you imagine how long she would last there if that was the case? It's like when we do contract negotiations with different people. Like, people are talking this week about The Miz scrubbing his Instagram account of any acknowledgement of working for WWE. When you're going into a contract negotiation, you show people you're willing to leave, and they'll be willing to pay you more to stay. Or they'll tell you to bug off completely, and that'll be the end of that. And it's so funny. A lot of people were talking about R-Truth and just the way he went after basically being in a main event spot on Saturday night's main event against John Cena. And the fact that he was the number 1 merch seller, and we've gone through all the details, like beat him like a dead horse. Karrion Kross's contract's up in 4 weeks. We just found that news out from SRS earlier today. He hasn't been approached on a new contract yet, which is somewhat standard, but could you imagine? Just because you bitched about how the company was, you're going to be sent away? To me, that might be... Ha! Pride Month, attaboy. Attaboy. TKO ownership seems petty enough to do that. That's exactly it, STG. So Lexi's going to be in trouble next time that Kyle comes up for a match. Or for an interview. Don't use that slogan. The last person who used "Prove Me Wrong" as a slogan, not exactly the best. The hell are you doing here? We were told that you weren't going to be here tonight. I guess he's going to try and get Nick Wayne's title. Bald. Nick Wayne, well, if he wants a title, that is a title, right? And Nick Wayne, in a way, is slowly being turned face. Mid! Bald! So yeah, we got 40 minutes and we got 3 matches left, I do believe. Yeah, we got Paragon and Garcia versus the Callis family, the other half. We got this match. We got the Thekla debut. There's a way we could run overtime again. It's a little bit nuts if you ask me. If you can't get everything into 4 hours with this kind of stuff. I love how Ricochet's like, yeah, there's no way he's winning this match. Which jersey is that he's got on there? Oh, Rory Sasaki, his Japanese team. I guess that'd be pretty cool jersey to wear in Denver. Since, you know, the Rockies don't even know what a baseball team is. I think the Colorado Rockies theme song. And probably... Like, I think the Rockies just made it to 10 wins I think it was yesterday. But 2 months into the season, they got 10 wins. Historically terrible. Yeah, they beat the Marlins, which... Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. The Marlins just, you know, crawl up in a hole and die at this point. So Nick Wayne actually did have a pretty good showing in the Best of Super Juniors. I can't remember if he got... I hate that the Marlins have 2 World Series wins. Hey, that picture of Ivan Rodriguez after he tags out that one runner and all of a sudden gets up and he's just shaking the ball in his hand with that crowd. That is one of those images that gets burned into my head. I believe it was against Cleveland when he did that. One of my favorite moments as a baseball fan. And yeah, I know it's a very obscure one, but it still is. Yeah, I guess we ain't getting no 4-way handshakes tonight. I think everybody wants AR Fox to win this. But Sammy's got to be on cloud 9. His wife just came back to the roster. She's been dying to get in for a while. I think it's more of a defense, not offense, that he's saving there. Nigel, just to give you a quick heads up on that. Oh God, here we go. Fight, 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 fight. Edmonton with a better chance as long as, yeah. Yeah, I'm just literally just watching the ticker right now and Jersey stand up. Man. So, Vic, I don't know if you've been watching. We just had the return of Ty Mello, so Brazil stand up. Along with certain other people from certain other countries. Just because there was a Mega Main sighting as well. Yeah, and apparently TK has a major announcement before the main event. I'm speculating Intercontinental title. Because Omega and Okada led off the show tonight. But if it's anything else, I'd be more than happy with it either way. I wonder if anybody's going to remind Ricochet on commentary about the $100,000 that he missed out on just a week earlier than that match. All right, well, if it ain't Blake, it's Shoddy. And almost takes out his own knee. Jesus. Standing moonsault. And a standing running moonsault, I guess. And Blake just said, no, I'm going to get involved. To hell with this. I like Ricochet's like, yeah, cool. Yeah, smart. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Good job. Yep, very good. As we get our picture-in-picture. And folks, if you're watching Collision tonight, I get to watch picture-in-picture as well tonight. So it's an extra bonus. Yeah. I wonder if they're like seriously, they're gonna do Thekla's debut at the main, which means they gotta have Jamie Hayter come out and maybe they'll go off the air with the Hayter rave. If you guys aren't familiar, there is like a 30-minute song, 30-minute rave package that they do for AEW every year, every 2 years, somewhere in there. Haterade, well, I guess they only did it once so far, so I can't give it that rate, but it is actually releasing at midnight Eastern tonight, Haterade 2. So having Jamie Hayter there as they run off the air and the rave starts, not the worst thing in the world. It's free advertising on that end as well, so... The only other thing I could think of right now for Tony Khan, like, I'm trying to piece together different things for Tony Khan's announcement. Could we see Ty Mello and Anna Jay take on Megan Bayne Penelope Ford for the debut of the AEW Women's Tag Titles? Or do we come up with a tournament for the Women's Tag Titles based on everything that's gone on? Honestly, I'd be a big fan of the women's tag titles, as long as they get some TV time. So yeah, we got one women's segment on the first half of the show. That's when we found out Toni Storm doesn't eat steak because she spit it out. If you guys didn't notice, she quickly did the napkin thing. I don't know whether she's vegan or what, but... Either that or the fact that it was a rare steak or it was a well-done steak and she likes rare. And then we get in 2 women's segments here tonight. Apparently, so far. I don't know which one's going to be done first, the Hockey Game or Collision right now. And I the way things are going, it looked like it might actually be Collision. Just seeing that, you know, time is running down very slowly. But no, once again, everybody, just thank you for being here. I know it's a little bit of a war of attrition with these 4-hour shows to be here. And just like AEW, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate you chatting, lurking. Even some of those that watch on demand, because I see quite a few people actually do that. Thank you, Vic. I appreciate it. I do believe everybody that's in here right now is actually following you already on Twitch, or else I'll give you a shout out, sir. So just quickly looking through the list here. So, but yeah, I am so ready for this week. Like, back and forth, also editing a House of Glory show. Hey, I'm glad you're getting the opportunity to do that, sir. If you ever need any help with it, I got editing tools all over the place here, so. Uh-oh, GTH. Shoddy breaks it up. No, if Shoddy was smart, he would have sent Sammy out through the ropes and taken the 3 himself. Come on, Sammy, just lay down. Christian bullshit? We're in Colorado, so that makes sense, but... What defense by Fox here? Oh, God. This is a while coming. These two hate each other. If you didn't know, Nick Wayne came and beat up... Air Fox beat up Nick Wayne over at his dad's trading center. His dad already passed away, by the way. All right, little destroyer out of nowhere, even though the legs got caught. Shoddy's done. And Christian's like, you're going to lose that title, aren't you? Knees to the back. Nice kick. Uh-oh, what's he got here? Beautiful fisherman buster. You see AR Fox's hand twitch as he did it after he hit it. That actually is pretty good selling by AR Fox.
call this a sucker riot? Come on, boys. Let's take him to school. On!
How was WWE tonight? Hey, Peppermint. Hey, Starfan Gaming. For those that are new here, my name is Mike. I am variety streamer, ex-referee, ex-pro wrestling commentator. We are currently watching AEW Collision that is available on TBS in the States as well as TSN2 in Canada. Had to think about that out loud for a second. We do a lot of variety streaming here, a whole bunch of different games, but we do focus on professional wrestling every Wednesday and Saturday. Well, this week, Wednesday. They are lining up a huge show here coming up for next week. Pleasure to have you all here. We are simulcasting both on YouTube and on Twitch right now, so. Okay, Toni and Julia next week. That'll be a good match. Another piece of what happened today, just in another format. But yeah, we just hang out, talk a lot of wrestling here. AEW is a lot of fun to watch, so. But once again, thank you for popping in here tonight. Thekla's getting an already in the ring opponent, so. That's what I figured we'd get. So, Thekla, the Toxic Spider from Stardom. If you didn't hear the story behind her, she actually got, how do I put this politely, banned, kicked out, never allowed to come back to Stardom. Because after her last match, she decided to attack the president of Stardom. And wrecked him a new Wreckham. But yeah, I got a feeling this is going to be a good showcase just to show off what she has. But yeah, tonight AEW presents what they're calling Fyter Fest. It originally started at a fighting game tournament hosted by Jabali, known as CEO. Oh, never. I do hate the fact that Lady Frost is the opponent, Spicy Frost, but only because she got a already in the ring entrance. Didn't even get the respect of getting a full entrance here. But these two ladies have faced each other in Stardom before, so this should be a lot of fun. But yeah, she literally punched out the owner of Stardom at ringside. So if you're going to go, I guess that's the way you take out your... It's the dream of everyone, right? If you hate your boss... I'd tap out, but it wouldn't matter because so. But yeah, Shane, I really appreciate you being here, and thank you for the raid once again. I'm hoping 2K25 treated you well. We're actually going to be doing our 2K25 run for my GM. Saturday is the plan right now after Money in the Bank. Just because we got 4 hours of wrestling tonight. And 2 people that are involved are actually on the Eastern time zone, which means we aren't going to be done till midnight tonight. I'm betting that everybody is just hoping that she goes after Toni, or go after Toni Schiavone there. She'll just go after anybody, right? So. But yeah, well, great to see everybody here. Peppermint Star, Shane. Even if you're only around for a minute, hanging around on the raid, appreciate you. Whether you stick around, make sure you hit the follow button. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. Oh, God. That's Spiro's work. And that'll be a death trap. Yep. That's gotta suck. It's like a half Rings of Saturn. Except you're actually sitting on her arm. Now, does Jamie show up? That's the question here. Does Jamie show up? Yep, we will. Wait, hold on. Hold on here. Something doesn't look right. Except for the fact Aminata broke her shoe as she came out to the ring. Okay, so we got a commercial break here, and then Tony Khan's going to announce something, so I better do this quick. As per tradition, before our main event, I always give a rundown of what's coming up here on the channel. All right, well, tomorrow, probably in the morning, more than likely in the morning. Haven't got a time nailed down, but we're probably looking around 1 p.m. Eastern. 1 p.m. Eastern is when we usually start. I'm going to try and maybe get a little earlier. We're going to... just going to hit snooze here. Back with Split Fiction with Kayla J. We are just becoming dinosaur parents, apparently. So join us as we head into that. And then immediately following that, I heard screaming from across the room. So no stream Friday. Saturday, we should be here after Money in the Bank. Follow us on socials. We're going to be here for WWE 2K25 My GM mode. I will get the audio fixed this time, so you guys get to hear everything that we say across all the channels. And then Sunday, I'm looking to see maybe we can get some Elena work in with Street Fighter 6. My favorite character from Street Fighter 3 is now in the newest iteration, and she is looking awesome. So, Monday, Tuesday, play it by ear. I will be on one of those 2 days. We're either going to be hopping up some more City of the Wolves, maybe some more Street Fighter. I don't know about MLB after everything that's gone on here, but we got a lot of news to talk about this week, especially with the state of play starting everything off and just insanely going that way first. First, we got the state of play, and then we go to tomorrow's the release of the Switch 2. So everything's going to be relatively Switch-based for most people. Friday is Summer Game Fest. Sunday is the Xbox Showcase. State of play set the bar incredibly high for everybody else. Plus, there's a lot of indie showcases and whatnot that are going to be happening this week. This is basically the WrestleMania weekend for video games as well. So make sure you stop by and we'll chat everything. If you want to know about games, like there's a few that I'm absolutely loving to check out. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button, hit the likes. more likes helps us with getting our product out to more people, getting it more recognized. For those on Twitch, if you haven't hit the follow button already, please do. And if you really like what you see, consider hitting the subscribe button or even possibly hit the donate button, as we are raising money for jack.org throughout the next couple weeks here. We're going to be doing it until my 5-year affiliate anniversary. Odds are we'll plan it for the week of the 21st. I do believe it's the official date, I think, is June 20th. But we'll plan it for a day that we're going to be able to actually get on for a few hours and really enjoy the fact that we're here for 5 years. So, but I couldn't do that without you and your support, for which I say thank you very much. Now let's get to this damn announcement. Okay. And the crowd goes wild behind me as the Oilers win it in overtime. Leon Draisaitl. Thanks, Russ, for the power play. Told ya. Here we go. This is going to sell tickets. This is going to sell tickets right here. This will... Oh, what a shot. Yeah, I saw that, STG. Thanks for the power play, right? Oh, it's a delay of game penalty. Damn, not even the referees could... Here we go. Okada Omega, winner take all, title for title. Hopefully we're going to get an Intercontinental title out of it. We just announced it right now. Exactly what I predicted. They were dancing around it, but now it's official. Winner take all. Kenny Omega versus Kazuchika Okada at All In, July 12th. They'll do the contract signing next week. That, well, I'm not going to call... The only reason I'm not going to call it a blockbuster announcement is because we all knew it was coming. It's just a formality to make it official, right? But yeah, it is, like, just like Nigel said, it is one of the most anticipated matches in AEW history, period. There's not even a question about it. So Don Callis doesn't have his security tonight because he'll be in the match. Like, we're getting a generational match coming up at All In. For people that don't understand the significance of Okada and Omega, do yourself a favor and go back and check the history between those two. If you get a chance to watch the matches between those two coming up, you'll understand the feeling, but make sure you have a lot of time to watch because I think the shortest match between those two is 35 minutes. There's a couple that they went over an hour. Thank you for going to Straight Red. Thank you. No more Hulk Hogan colors. I'm just excited now. Like, once Logan, every time you pop in here, you want somebody to jump for WWE. If that's your only goal, like, enjoy where they are right now. Yes, I want to see them there eventually. I want to see everybody face everybody eventually. We're going to end up having 5 people on commentary tonight. Oh, no, that's right. They only ran a 2-man booth during Collision, so we're only going to end up with 4. So it could be a lot worse. Oh, God. Here we go. Callis and Daddy Magic already going at it on commentary. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun 10 minutes. I wonder how much time they're going to allow them to go over tonight. Just because it is already, what, 8 minutes to midnight Eastern? See, in Denver, it is actually pretty early for them. It is 8:52 right now in Denver time. Because I do believe they get the time zone that's off by an hour. Boom! I gotta get that Adam Cole sound back on here. So yeah, Vic, if you were away for a second, they did the official announcement of winner take all, Okada Omega. International and continental titles are being put both on the line with one winner. I think eventually once things get together, they're going to create the Intercontinental title. It just makes sense going together like that. Nice to see Trent actually get some decent time here and get going. It's Don Callis, baby. Oh my God, that is horrible. Adam Cole is truly a ring general. And the fact that he gets to work... He's starting to get his stride back, which I'm very happy to see. Gets to work with his buddies the whole time. Well, somebody who's going to definitely wrestle you is Josh Alexander. That's got to suck, the fact that he can't hear out of one ear itself. Garcia almost gets chokeslammed from the outside. That would have been scary. But yeah, just a little high action main event. I think this crowd is starting to peter out a little bit. Just because it's been 4 straight hours. And the other big thing about this is the difference between this and a PLE. Like, yes, there are a lot of great matches that are on this card, but also there is filler. Lance Archer being an equalizer is always a fun thing. as we hit our commercial and sorry, just seeing a couple posts that have come up right now. I'm just a buzz today. Like, this has been just such an amazing day overall. Like, people don't understand the effect of the Marvel fighting game that's just come out to the fighting community in general. Like, people have been looking for a new Marvel game for the better part of 15 years. So that just comes out of nowhere where nobody expected it from a company that is probably one of the best when it comes to restoring fighting games or creating fighting games that isn't named Capcom. Then add on top of that, there's a lot more games there to cover. We talked about that on top of the show, and yeah, yes, I understand this is a wrestling show, so I'm gonna bring it back over here and just with all the great stuff that ended up happening tonight. Like, we're getting the Hurt Syndicate teaming up in a six-man tag next week against Bailey, Knight, and Kommander. We're getting Swerve Ospreay too next week, which I got a feeling in some way is going to end up a no contest. And we just got the announcement now of Okada Omega for All In. We had the return of Ty Mello, and so TJ is back together again. Which, if you want to talk about the most vicious team in AEW, go watch the street fight on New Year's Rampage with Ty Mello and Anna Jay versus the Bunny and Penelope Ford. And you want to talk about the most violent women's match and maybe possibly a top 5 violent match period in AEW. That tag match for those four was just flipping insane all over the place. But just wrestling is in such a good spot right now. Like, people are going where they want to go. People are enjoying where wrestling is. The toxicity is finally being I don't say it's going to be removed, because let's face it, we're never going to get rid of the toxicity in the IWC. It's going to take a lot. But the biggest thing I've always learned is the more cannon fodder that you do give certain groups over certain things, the more likely it's going to be that you're not going to be able to do stuff. You're not going to be able to create that toxicity if you don't have anything to go with. And we've been watching AEW for so long, my TV kicked out. That is awesome. I guess it's got a 4-hour sleep timer. Cancel. Volume. There we go. The truth is, toxicity has driven me away a lot. I call good and bad things for... Yeah, like... What I'm finding lately is just... The toxicity is being... The excuses for toxicity are going down a lot, and that's the part that I am impressed most about. But the tribalism is so strong that similar to politics, people don't want to listen. That's fair. But here's the thing. There's people that are going to be toxic regardless. But the thing that I'm very happy about the most when it comes to wrestling, the reasons to be toxic in many ways are going down. Like, the booking used to be absolute crap on AEW. It looks like TK's gotten that figured out and is starting to get in the right line. When it comes to the roster, like, you're seeing all these people, like the big story this week was Mariah May leaving AEW. And a lot of people are like, oh my God, what are you going to do? We had Ty Mello just, there we go. You're going to have somebody leave. You got Thekla, who just showed up Until he books Moxley out of the world title picture, I'm still going to bash it. I don't blame you. I get it. I do find that, and as much as I try to take a little bit of reservance in terms of what I deal with Dave Meltzer, speaking of the picture you have there, I do believe he's right when it comes to most of the impressions on the world title is actually helping. With the fact that you do have somebody who is worldwide recognized, yes, by WWE, but regardless. And he's getting those views. Like, when people are watching his segments, as much as it sickens us for some of the stories that he's involved in, I would rather them do that I'd rather people watch for something I don't particularly like and still watch, because they're going to find more that they're going to like. Two wrestlers that change the channel. And everybody has those, right? Everybody has a set of those. Moxley and the Young, and that's right. Like, I enjoy a decent Moxley match. I enjoy a Bucks match. And for me, those matches are just the random death matches with no story. Everybody has their own different things. Double sliced bread. Like I said, everybody's got their own preferences, right? Oh, Nigel just announced that they're going to have a video package detailing everything about Okada Omega. Tony Khan gets it. Not everybody watches as much wrestling as he does. Oh, nice rake of the eyes there. But yeah, we are definitely going into overtime here, folks. But Trent is going to be the guy that gets pinned, it looks like. Jesus. Oh my God. What a reversal. Oh God. Cole got that. Cole got that. Oh, it's Rocky. Never mind. Rocky's there to take a pin. Take a pin, Rocky. Rocky's always there to take a pin. Oh, what a great way to finish the night. I love the fact that Callis is completely disgusted with all right, are we going to get a... At least there's a little bit of respect there. Ooh. Proto Sheeta pops in again. Now we're going to get a 6-on-4, or are we just going to get a cleanup? The fact that we're getting Paragon to close out the show, actually is a pretty good sign for them. The fact we're getting everything cleaned up quite well here, as a great night of wrestling all the way across the board. Like, there are so many highlights tonight. It did feel like it was getting a little bit tedious as we were getting through, but only because we're not used to it on a Wednesday. But yeah, so many high spots tonight. Like I said, Ty Mello showing up, Thekla's debut, the oncoming feud with Queen Aminata, maybe. I was assuming Jamie Hayter was going to be the easy target to start off with, but obviously not. Maybe they were writing Jamie Hayter off for a little bit. We'll see. We're going to get that trios match with the Hurt Syndicate versus Knight, Speedball, and Kommander. And Ospreay versus Swerve too. Like, to me, that is just an absolute fantastic way to finish things off here. And yeah, we get to do it all again next Wednesday. Another 4-hour set next Wednesday. I'm going to have a lot more fun with it for the fact that, well, that's going to be my first day and my second mini vacation of the year. So, but yeah, that's going to wrap it up here for the AEW Dynamite side, or AEW Fyter Fest sidecast, I guess, better way to put it. I'm going to be back tomorrow morning. We'll let you know on socials what time we're going to start here. Probably earlier on in the day. Get you guys something to have with your coffee and whatnot. We'll be playing a little Split Fiction as we are progressing through the amazing story. Absolutely love it. Love every piece of it. Control's great. A little confusing at times, but that's more on us, more on them. But with that being said, thank you everybody for being here. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you hit the subscribe if you haven't already. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure you got that follow button hit. If you really like what you see on the channel, consider subscribing. Every dime that goes in there goes back into the stream and trying to make things better. But with that being said, let's get some outro music going here. Always a pleasure having everybody here. And yeah, we will see you all here tomorrow morning with the Mike the Ref Twitch stream. Special guest, Kayla J. Have yourself a great night, everybody. We will see you later.